years I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capping space. I won't stop till I hear him say 6 a.m. and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine. Yeah, true passion shines and I'm through passing time. I choose stacking dimes, you snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capping space. I won't stop till I hear him say 'I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did shit, I know it hurts. Something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want.
What is going on? Welcome back to the channel. You see the title, you see the thumbnail, you already know what time it is.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the binoculars out in time.
Look, well, let's not stand on ceremony, mate. Let's start the show.
So, just as a quick note before we get into the game, and let me go ahead and get the music plugged in right quick. Apparently, there was some misunderstanding by agents on the CTP crafting event, which is why you guys have to go to the forum. You have to read the rules when it comes down to some of this stuff. before you just throw your materials, especially something as valuable as a CTP at this thing. But actually go over here so we can illustrate everything. Okay, so apparently there was some sort of misunderstanding with agents when crafting. So it takes a total of 4 regular CTPs if you're going after the brilliant and the normal. This apparently confused agents, which is why I said when they started this thing, they should have just made it like a straight brilly for a straight brilly. That way, if you don't have it, you don't have to worry about throwing CTPs at this thing. And this is exactly kind of what happened. But it takes a total of 4 CTPs, 2 for the regular token and 2 for the brilliant. And I really want to kind of find the post. I think it's under ongoing events. See, they have the June preparation update event. So with this thing, it takes 2 of any type of CTP, of any type of normal CTP to get one of these tokens, and it has a craft limit of 2. But the second token is only useful if you have a brilliant CTP token. And the way that you get a brilliant CTP token is you need a brilliant CTP, one that you want to throw away. Well, for a new player, they're not going to have this. They may not have a brilliant, they may not even have a mighty. It just depends. Now, of course, from the anniversary, they did give away 4, I believe it was 3 or 4 regular CTPs. So by that logic, there's enough for everybody to get at least one mighty and still have enough to throw at least getting a normal CTP. Apparently some agents misunderstood this, thinking they could get 2 normal CTPs out of trading in 4 bad ones. So of course they did that, and weren't able to cash in the token, essentially losing 2 very valuable wards. Even if it's a trash CTP, you can still use it for re-rolling a brilliant. So yeah, well, when the devs kind of got wind of this, and sort of a big stink was made, they decided to refund at the end of the event anyone who still has an excessive normal CTP token. They'll wound up giving you those 2 crafted CTPs back. So recovery target agents who have crafted 2 normal CTP event tokens but did not craft the brilliant selector. Okay, so if that applies to you, then you will be able to get your CTPs refunded. So that's great, but for future reference, please pay closer attention, especially when it comes to these sort of events that have these type of implications. Of course, this is a brand new event. It's never been done in the game before, so I get it. But, you know, user error, right? Luckily, the devs are being kind of gracious with the community about this. So actually dope that the devs are recognizing their sort of hand in this and not I guess, explaining the event better or having a better design for the event. And hopefully moving forward, this makes it cheaper for players if they decide to bring this event back. And maybe they'll just say something like, instead of having to craft the normal CTP, which costs 2 CTPs, plus having a brilliant on top of that, which is essentially 3 CTPs, or really 4 because it takes a minimum of that, or 5 because it takes a minimum of that plus 1 to get a brilliant. So instead of having to throw 5 CTPs at this thing, maybe they allow you to trade for the brilliant with only the brilliant token instead of having the brilliant plus the normal token, which I thought was kind of weird. And then with this, they can crank it up to a craft limit of 2 and still let you throw 4 CTPs at this thing. That's the way it should have been designed from jump. So yeah, let's go ahead and get plugged into the game, and we'll go ahead and jump in. We got the XMen 97. Oh, got the XMen 97 update coming to the game. Let me see if I can pick up right quick. So that's also dope. And I figured, you know, since we kind of know the characters that are coming, and one other thing before we slide into the game, the update live stream will be, and they actually updated this thing Monday, June 2nd, 6 PDT. Convert to your own time zone. Don't miss out. We're going to be seeing what they're doing for my guy Cyclops, Beast, Sunspot, and of course, my favorite, Storm. So, you know your boy has to be here for that one. I don't have the long commute, so that'll definitely help your boy out in terms of getting back on this. And yeah, I was having a conversation with my boy earlier about Cyclops and some of his PvP chops. Hopefully he gets some of that back. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, make sure you guys do not miss out on the live stream. Let's go ahead and pick up right quick, and then we'll get into some multiverse invasion while we chop it up. Noob, what's going on? Welcome to the channel, baby. Sorry it took me a while to get the stream cranked up. I don't know what the hell been going on with my neighborhood lately. We had a random rolling blackout earlier and shit. It was like completely out of the blue. I was getting ready to start the stream. I was doing the thumbnail and getting everything together, and then out went the power. So I was like, what the fuck? So of course, whenever that happens, I don't want to jump like right into streaming, because who knows, it could come, you know, it came back on within like 2 or 3 minutes, but fairly quickly. But you know, even after getting everything back on, set up, rebooted, whatnot, still don't want to just start and crank it up right away, because the last thing I want to have happen is, you know, have an outage while I'm in the middle of streaming. And we've had a lot of storms lately, but it's not storming where I am right now, so also weird. So this is the reason why I was kind of binge watching XMen 97 kind of before the live stream, really. The update, of course, kind of prompted it. I said, man, let me go back through and kind of just see who all was sort of in this thing, like really. And a lot of the mutants, a lot of the X-Men, right? That we know, and some of the more extended mutants that would be sort of linked and part of an X-Men update appeared in the show. So I figured it might be kind of fun to go over them here, even though a lot of them really never displayed any sort of powers or anything like this, but they were still there. Okay, so that's kind of where I want to go with it. So let's go ahead and restart this the show. So first off, we got my guy Exodus, who is already in the game, which is dope. But when he came to the game, he was trapped at tier 2. This would be a perfect opportunity if they do nothing else. Give Exodus tier 3, dare I even say tier 4 capability without a uniform a la Cyclops treatment, so we can see what his power level truly is. As a matter of fact, as you guys may recall, when Madeline came to the game, she was trapped at tier 3. And then as part of the mid-month, I think with Mystique, they gave her tier 4, and they gave Mystique a uniform in a tier 4. It was something along those lines, right? So this would be a perfect opportunity for them to touch up my guy Exodus. And then this guy in the back right here, Jimmy Madrox, better known as the Multiple Man. It's been a long time want of mine in the game. Dude is just fucking like, his powers are so cool, bro. Just from a cool factor type of thing. Not the most powerful mutant, but it would be nice to see some sort of shadow clone jutsu in the game type thing. Maybe not as summons, not that route, but just, you know, as like make it part of his skill set that he makes a bunch of himself, is instead of why my guy sliding. Oh Lord, it's absolutely broken. Anyway, moving along. Jimmy Madrox, Multiple Man, and then of course my guy Exodus. Next we got Dazzler. Okay, what's up? What's going on, DJ? Welcome back to the channel. She made an appearance in Genosha as well. And most of the mutants that we see do make their appearance there. We do have a few other holdouts and standouts that are kind of later on. Maybe I pull some stuff and we go touch on them later. Maybe not, but we'll wait and see. Or we might just call them out and mention it. It'll be easier though. But yeah, one of the best supports in the game is my girl Dazzler. It would be nice for her to get an update and an upgrade that takes her to tier 4 or something like that. I think, is she trapped at tier 2? So she may just need a transcendence in tier 3 in a uni. But you know, definitely something where we can get more use out of her, right? Moving along, we got a bunch of characters here, right? So my girl in the middle right there with the blue jacket and the yellow blouse, the brown short hair, is Moira McTaggart. Okay, now She is a mutant, but her powers are kind of weird and wonky. Like every time she gets off, she's reincarnated, sort of situation. So it's a really weird ability. Next to her on the left, in the green and yellow, off to the side, you got my guy Banshee. Just above him, you have my girl Callisto. For those of y'all to remember, Callisto was the one that Storm fought for the control of the Morlocks. She's actually the leader of the Morlocks in Storm's stead, because Storm whooped their ass. On the right, behind the glass, you got my girl Madeline Pryor. Maybe put her in street clothes. I was kind of wondering, like, because they already have her Goblin Queen look in the game, where do you go from there? Right? So maybe throwing her in street clothes or something like that is a way that they could go. She also has sort of a gala look, where she's in a dress, just before the massacre on Genosha. And then you got my guy Magneto back there. I'm not a fan of this look, bro, but he has some of the coolest fucking speeches and shit in the show. So that's a nice 5-piece that I think a lot of people aren't paying attention to. And then on the other side of this, because you see we having a kind of a round table discussion here. So you got two really, really, really dope ass mutants. My girl Emma, right? The White Queen with the throwback, giving us some back to basics with absolute nasty. And of course she's well deserved of a tier 4. And if she's anything like the old Emma, she'll make a hell of an impact in PvP. And then you have my guy Sebastian Shaw. They could really build this guy for PvP with a all reflect mechanic that's kind of unique and special to him, where he could shake some shit up, really. He is kind of a powerful mutant. Not Omega level, I don't think, but pretty fucking strong. He has the ability to absorb energy, similar to Bishop, and redirect it, but his redirection is always physical, if that makes sense. I don't think he shoots any beams or anything like that, but makes him stronger, makes him hit harder, turns him basically into fucking a walking Superman type motherfucker and shit. Then you got the list, which I thought was very interesting, because you got a couple of people on here. You got Quicksilver Off-World with Scarlet Witch. You have, and I'm assuming that's because of the whole MCU implication. You got my guy Archangel, Warren Worthington up there on top. You got my girl Rogue there. You got my guy Iceman and Havoc off there to the left with Cable, the Summers brothers, with Havoc and Uncle Nephew. And then you got Exodus, of course, making another appearance with Shadowcat, Kitty Pryde, of course Colossus, Morph, missing up presumed dead. You got Professor X over there as well. But then if you look at the top, you got a few more names. Cyclops, Jean, Storm, Beast, Magneto, Nightcrawler, and Jubilee. So I suppose the question is, if we get another X-Men 97 update, who of these characters are we gonna roll with? I mean, presumably it would only be 4 slots at the most, 1 for a new character and maybe 3 uniforms, similar to what they're doing now. Maybe with a mid-month, we could get as many as 6, 8 if they're generous. So we're talking about a grand total of 12 uniforms between a mid-month and a second full X-Men 97 Part 2 update. Similar to the structure of this, what I'm thinking would be a full update plus a mid-month of at least 2 characters. So minimum 12. That leaves us with 8 more characters to choose. So which 8 mutants from X-Men 97 or X-Men in general that you saw make the show, which would you like to see? I kind of want to say, for me, it should be a foregone conclusion that Nightcrawler and Jubilee and Bishop are probably very, very high on the list, or maybe a mid-month update. So if we scratch them off the list, that leaves us 5 to choose from out of 45 mutants. Now, there are certain other mutants that I kind of think wouldn't make the list as well, either because they're already strong and useful, such as Rogue or Magneto, or even Jean, or they were recently updated, like Wolverine, or they kind of have nothing to do with the X-Men and got their own movie, like Deadpool, which would be Deadpool and Wolverine, actually. So, given all of that, given that there are so many villains that made an appearance, because that's the other half of this equation. I mean, there are characters that are affiliated with the X-Men that are not on this list, such as Nimrod, aka Sentinel, right? I don't think we have to too much worry about Daken either. So there are a few that are kind of, I don't think we have to worry about anything for her or her sister, right? I don't think we have to worry about Cassandra Nova either. You know, same can be true of my guy Kid Omega and Negasonic Teenage Warhead. So there are a few that we can knock off the list. Unfortunately, Phantom X and Domino would also probably be knocked off that list as well. So, you know, narrowing it down that way, Weapon Hex would also be knocked off that list. Magic did make an appearance in the show, a la Morph. So, I think this is another one that would be heavily on that list. But them finding a way, Namor would also not be probably in consideration. Them finding a way to give this guy a tier 4, I think would be really, really good. Some kind of way in this, or maybe even Omega Red and giving him a uniform. He did make a very, very brief appearance in X-Men 97, so there are a lot of people they could kind of sprinkle that dust on, man. I know what I was saying about Emma as well, and Medusa more than likely getting an update. that they would share. Because of the whole because of the whole thing, and her and Medusa being the only two holdouts that didn't get a uniform from this thing all that time ago. I mean, they finished up. Who was the last? Crescent. Crescent was the last character that they dropped a uniform for off this list. So, and I was speculating that when they were down to like the last, before Weapon Hex, just before Weapon Hex got her uniform, I was like, you know what? Weapon Hex was left, Medusa was left, Emma was left, and Crescent was left. And then I started thinking X-Men versus Inhumans. That would be another way for them to pair really bad characters or characters that people really don't care for very much in the Inhumans, outside of maybe Medusa and Black Bolt, with characters that people actually do care about, like Emma, maybe bringing Sebastian Shaw into the mix that way, maybe bringing Banshee into the mix that way. And then we get something else, you know what I mean? Something a little bit different. Because when you think about it, there are 46 X-Men in the game. When Spot gets here, there are only 13 Inhumans. There are only 13, and many of them have never gotten uniforms or have really old trash uniforms. So it would be a way for them to knock some of them off, get them out of the way, save Thane because he recently got an update. Well, not recent, but yeah, it was a while ago, but you know, for the sake of balancing, I wouldn't do him. I would do someone else, because he's the Inhuman with the most recent uniform, is kind of the logic there for me. So if that's the case, then you kind of have to move on to somebody else. Show the love elsewhere. And just do it like that. Let's go ahead and crank this thing up and get him out the way. But definitely got to get to most of the core X-Men first, before we start worrying about sort of stragglers. Goodness. right? Oh, me and old boy battling a little bit. I think he gonna get him out of there. Yep. Out his tier 3 rotation at the right time. Flipped it. That was a nice one right there. I like that. Let's go ahead and get this other run out of the way. But yeah, XMen 97, baby. Cannot wait for it. So glad they're coming with something fire. I just hope they don't screw it up. I hope Storm is strong. And good. Because I mean she's pretty strong now. The strength was never the problem with Storm. It was survivability. So hopefully they do something to address that and our movement speed. I wouldn't be mad if they got the accumulation off of our tier 3 skill either. And put it on something more active. Hopefully they get more creative with her abilities. Giving her a V-pad skill would be Chef's Kiss, actually. So yeah. As far as my guy Cyclops, them bringing back his old third skill would actually be fucking clutch. But they would have to do more than just that. Like, they would have to ramp his damage also. But basically, since the Phoenix 5 uniform, this was the uniform that they took away his iframe ignore on. He still has a 100% chance to penetrate all barrier shield, all damage immunity. He can't penetrate invincibility, of course. But before that, even on his OG uniform, he could penetrate shield, barrier, all damage immunity, and invincibility for 1 second. And he had the OG iframe ignore skill, right? So that, but then also combined with his 5th skill, optic barrage, that basically used to just pound you into oblivion, right? On the old, it was one of those. Now, this is the thing. Incredible Hulk has this now. So why not give something like this to Cyclops? Maybe put it on a V-pad. I don't know. maybe bring it into something like a 2024 sort of thing, a 2025 sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, even in his Marvel Now uniform, right? It doesn't change the second skill. Okay? Even in this thing, it doesn't change the second skill. It changes ambient radiation and it changes his fourth skill, which doesn't have iframe ignore. Right? So it was really the Phoenix 5 that did it. Phoenix 5 actually brought a boatload of changes that we thought were going to be, I guess, better for the character, but still really never was any sort of DPS. Really just a villain support at this point. So hopefully they're able to do something for him. This uniform did absolutely nothing. It didn't bring back his iframe ignore on any of his skills. Nor did it bring back the penetration. It did give him some damage accumulation, which is really wild that Cyclops has like 0 penetration until you get to his tier 3. Right? That's actually nuts. That's where the majority of his damage is. Or really all of his damage for what little he has. So really, really wild stuff. I hope they turn Cyclops into an amazing DPS. That would be dope. That would be an area that he's never really occupied. Like, even if he's just a world boss crash out, I would be super satisfied with that. Who am I supposed to be playing with? Crescent? I don't think I have a combat female that hits hard enough to do this, or a female human. Okay. Well, it would have to be a combat female in order for me to pair Crescent's lead with it. So feel like you'll benefit from this more. Okay. That's what I was waiting for, was slap me with one of them damn tentacles. Okay, that took a little longer than I wanted it to. Okay. Okay. Keep it stuck right there. All right. Hey, Pharaoh, hold on, I can't really read that right now. Give me 1 second. All right. Balaj, what's going on? Welcome to the channel. Or Balahi. I can't say your first name, bro. That one loses. See, how do you get more mythic comic cards and crafting cubes? The way that you get those is from doing dispatch. I mean, not dispatch. Oh God, what is that game mode? Freaking, where is it? Dimension Rifts. Dimension Rifts. Okay, there is your card crafting cubes. There's your CTP reforging, right? So you run these on the highest level that you can. I'm in here. Let me go. Oh, I got enough to open one. Cool. Preferably mythic if you can farm that. And then the other way that you can get mythic cards is actually from crafting them. You can craft them with either one of these materials, either Mcron crystals or Phoenix feathers. Right? Now, some of these will be mythic, some of them won't be. But then I can in turn take those cards and then upgrade them, combine them to a mythic card. Okay, once you get 6, you'll be able to take those and combine them up. Okay. Now, the way that you get premium cards is by farming GBR. Okay, farm GBR, you get these premium comic card exchange tokens, and then also whenever the future pass, which I think just left, whenever that comes back, they give you an additional 300 tokens. So in 1 month you can get 1 free premium card. In addition, there are other ways to get at least at a lower drop rate, but still it is possible from playing game modes like World Boss Legend. If you get one of these booty boxes to drop, it's possible for it to drop CTPs, comic cards, things of that nature, right? So, in addition, if you are a new player, then what you want to do is build your roster out, and then you come in here and you play this game mode. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You come in here and you climb as high as you can in Shadowland, because for every so many levels, you'll get comic 6-star comic card drop boxes. Okay, Also, playing Alliance Battle. Okay. Alliance Battle and Alliance Battle Legend. Where's the list? You score so many points, and well, it's not that list. Here's the rewards list. The reward table. I'm lost. Oh, don't want to do that. Just want to see reward table. Is it because I'm in training and there are no rewards in training? Oh, wait a minute. That is the reward table. Okay. Yeah. No, this isn't it. Oh, that's for normal. Okay, so here we go. You have the opportunity in Alliance Battle Extreme to get is it this one? What does this material chest have? Premium gift box piece. Oh, the hell is in the premium gift box? Okay, here it is. So you can get, I think, 6-star cards out of this thing, but I'm not sure if it's like from a range, because some of them will have, yeah, so you start out at 4-star cards, and here you can build them things up to 6. And then the same thing with this guy. He has a couple of them, and one of them actually drops premium cards. If you can score high enough. If I'm not mistaken. Maybe they took them out. Oh, no, they're in here. Okay, so yeah. So you get a chance to drop premium cards in this guy as well. Let's see, my IG is Dioxys, facing difficulties in crafting. Crafting is a slow process. It's not overnight. I've been playing for years. I'm still working on my cards, bro. I'm still working on my cards. So, and this isn't even going to be the final set. I'm going to be using this card in my deck when I can get it re-rolled sufficiently with the correct quality and the correct stats with the HP proc. That's the little green thing at the bottom. I'm also going to be utilizing this card in my deck. And then I think I have another one of these. Actually, it's probably already equipped in my other deck for PvP. So yeah. And I think I'm going to be equipping this card as well once I can get it sufficiently rolled with the physical attack prop to my PvE deck. So it's just a work in progress, bro. And it's a lot of farming, like, and not just those game modes either. You know, when they drop events, they'll drop events that'll make it where you can get a premium card by collecting a bunch of tokens, by doing a bunch of fucking game modes and shit. So yeah, you just gotta grind it, bro. Just gotta grind it out. There's no other way really around it. I mean, you can spend money in the game and accelerate the process, but you're talking about, you know, you got cats that spend tens of thousands of dollars in this game. Honestly, I'm not one of them. I am a spender, but I'm not a heavy spender like that. Like, there are updates that I've gone without spending years in the game. So only playing for 120 days. Oh, you started at the right time, bro. Yeah, let me run this world boss, and then I'll go check out your account and we'll see how we can help, my guy. Okay, so don't think I forgot. I will do what I can to help out. I knew Luna wasn't really gonna need that help like that. He sure does keep launching that cage. Oh, nice weave. See, try to get as close to another tier 3 combo as possible. Can't believe he still triggered my dodge. That's wild. Get away from him. Get away from him again. It's close. Stay in the paint too long, did I? Yeah. Save that. Nice. Got him turned around. Oh, and the rage is full. Very nice. See if we can pull off the combo before it comes out. Get away from him. Nice. Very nice. Alex, what's going on? Welcome back to the channel, bro. You're a non-spender? Okay. That is very helpful. So you're a PvP or a PvE player? That'll also help. go ahead and pick up while we're here. And you say IGN was okay. Yeah. Not bad for 120 days in, bro. I mean, you got yourself a hands on a couple of premium cards. Got your hands on a pretty decent card that gives you Pierce. Well, actually, this is one of the bad ones, but it does give you Pierce, so that's good. I consider re-rolling it, honestly, and see if you can get better. Well, no, I wouldn't throw a bunch of mythic cards at this thing, because you'll eventually get rid of it anyway. Let me see. This would be a better one because it drops max HP. The cooldown is actually nice. Ignore defense isn't a bad stat for early accounts, so that's why I'm kind of like, it's not so bad. Which other one? This one offers physical attack, so that's actually a lot better. And this one offers energy attack. They don't have one that offers all attack, so it's just the base stats you need: physical, energy, HP, ignore defense, and cooldown, which none of those are really bad stats for an early account. So I get kind of where they were going with the thinking on the construction on that card set, and then just giving you all attack and a random stat. Let's see here. Yeah, the Loki card is also nice. Oh, and you got the physical attack proc on there as well. Very nice. You may be a little over. No, you're not. You could use a little more cooldown duration. Got some ignore defense. The all defense proc really isn't doing much for you. The physical attack proc is nice, and the ignore defense proc really isn't doing anything for you. So, you know, while the quality 6 is nice, you have to have the right stats pop up for you. So that's kind of what you're looking for. For instance, I would go for a quality 5 with better stats over a quality 6. I would go for a quality 6 with better stats over a quality 7 with bad stats. You know what I mean? Crowd control time, the ignore defense, they aren't doing very much for you. So that's 2 slots wasted. The movement speed, the lightning resist on this card down at the bottom really isn't doing much for you. Crafted stats are a bit different because it takes so much to craft a card, and Pierce is so valuable that you really just want to get the blue star first, then worry about tweaking it later, because that costs a lot of crystals. I understand this card as well in your deck because you're lacking on some cooldown, so there is that. And then that, but so none of the bottom stats on this card are doing anything for you. I would definitely throw something at this card to get it re-rolled more to something like this. Right, the max HP will definitely do something for you. Or physical attack in that slot. For the bottom one, you can settle for all defense. Attack speed would be preferable. You could even settle for flame resist on the bottom on this because it'll help you out in your fights against Jean Grey and buff your Ghost Rider's attack if you have Robbie, all of that sort of stuff, right? Let me see here. Let's get back to your neck of the woods. So, but 3.5% Pierce with a card that's giving you 1.5 already. That's not bad. Work on getting your ignore defense up to about 30%. So you're lacking about 10% on your ignore defense. And then get about another 10% cooldown duration somehow coming from your cards. If you can get those two stats on a crafted option, that would be preferable. And I would do it on a card that you know you're not going to change. That's probably going to be this Luna Snow card. Okay. But everything else in this deck could be subject to change. So I would work on the Luna Snow card first and get it finished and kind of in a good spot reroll wise and all of that stuff. Let's see. I just did the different prop would be helpful for PvP. Just started a new account 100 days in to on day 50. Okay. Yeah. Free to play Olden Gray. He offers really good advice for players that are of the free to play ilk as well, in terms of like the best places to farm, how to farm most efficiently with your roster. He does really great content for that. But just as a general rule of thumb, you want to run your ABX ABL, you want to run your World Boss, you want to try to climb in World Boss up to World Boss Legend as soon as possible. And you kind of look like you're on your way. I mean, 3 tier 4s, 120 days in, bro. With a Venom tier 4 looks like on the way. And maybe with a Doc Strange, you got you some rages going in there. Okay, what are you rocking? Double max HP? Okay, so if you can get double max HP with a proc on this guy, it would be amazing. Also, pro tip, Power of Angry Hulk is not the best ISO 8 set for Incredible Hulk. And the reason being is because attack does not boost his damage, HP does. Where if you look, and we'll go take a look right quick, but if you look at the Power of Angry Hulk ISO set, right, and we'll go to any other character because most of my characters are rocking that. This thing offers all attack, attack speed, all basic defense, crit rate, ignore defense, and attack. Well, Hulk doesn't scale off of attack, he scales off of HP, right? If you look at his skills, physical damage of HP. So the higher you raise his HP, the more damage he does. That's the whole point of putting things like a Mighty Egg, or to a lesser degree a Mighty Regen, even though it's really trash, because it doesn't offer super guard break immunity. But that's kind of beside the point. Or a double max HP Baby Rage Obelisk that preferably is rolled for crit rate as opposed to dodge, because it's really hard to cap Hulk's dodge, but he is a crit machine. So anyhow, ISO set. The best ISO set for Power of Angry Hulk is gonna be something like Spider Sense. The reason being, Spider Sense offers him 8.5% HP. In addition, you don't lose out on having additional HP as the ISO right here for vitality, and then you roll these two chaotics for HP. It's essentially the same difference in terms of your chaotic ISO. You have 3 chaotics on Power of Angry Hope as well as opposed to 2 chaotics here. But only thing that Hulk is going to benefit from those chaotic ISOs is going to be crit rate and crit damage in terms of his damage from the top stat. From the bottom stat, you're only going to want HP anyway. So as long as you got this, you're golden. There are other ISO 8 sets that are pretty good for him as well. Protect the Captain functions similarly. And it also gives him a little bit of dodge at the same time, so that's another direction you can go. Let's see, binary power. You're sacrificing a chaotic or a HP ISO. This one you're kind of doing the same thing. Protect the Captain, you're really not. Spider Sense, you're really not. So yeah, those are the two. I think everything else you're sacrificing at least one, and then none of the top 3, Hawk's Eye, Overdrive, or Power of Angry Hulk, do anything for him. Neither does Stark. Well, Stark backing gives him HP, but once again, you're losing out on the chaotic. And then with this one, it gives you a crit rate. If this thing gave 2 HP, it would be probably the best thing for him. With the recovery rate and the HP and the crit rate and the crowd control time, but then the attack really doesn't do much. So raising his defense is really going to be the way to go, and then raising his HP. So something like Protect the Captain, or possibly even Spider Sense, kind of same difference. I can see why you would pick Spider Sense over or Protect the Captain over Spider Sense, because if you're easily capping crit rate and crit damage, then having it on his ISO really isn't going to do much for you, but the recovery rate will, and the crowd control time will. And the proc both boost defenses. So, yeah. I've seen them built both ways. I think it kind of pretty much comes down to cards and swords and how your build is with your Hulk in that instance. But that's kind of the way to go with that guy. Yeah, I know, Power of Angry Hulk, not for Hulk. It's absolutely bonkers. But it only changed when Hulk started scaling his damage based on HP. That kind of changed the parameters of how you had to build Hulk altogether, because originally he scaled with physical attack. He wasn't always like that. But yeah, I get it. You would think the one ISO that Hulk would be using would be Power of Angry Hulk, and it's so not the case. It's freaking Protect the Captain or Spider Sense. Absolutely nuts. And it's not gonna be like well, I take that back. It'll be almost a 10% damage boost. It'll be 8.5%. Exactly. So, of course, we are talking fully maxed out, all of that jazz. But now, a judgment on your Ghost Rider. Chef's Kiss. Personally, I think it works better for him than a Rage, similar to Rogue. For me, he's a little more functional in things like GBR, ABX, ABL, and World Boss, as opposed to just hitting hard in World Boss and then having a kind of a damage drop off in other game modes, or hitting hard in ABX ABL and then having to drop off in other game modes. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got you, SK Gaming. Drop your IGN in the chat, and I'll catch you after me and Balahi get through. Let's see, PC and phone for dispatch level 50 bonus. Yeah. All right, Alex. Let's see. At the moment, you have a good quality 7 equipped. Well, that's the thing. It's all about the stats, right? The quality doesn't so much matter. I mean, you don't want quality 2 and 3 and 1 and shit like that. You want at least 4 to 5 or better, depending on the situation. You know what I mean? Before we start talking about equipping and crafting, all of this sort of stuff. Because you could brick your cards that are equipped and then you're really screwed. So whenever we start talking about re-rolling cards, you really want to have like 50, 100 re-rolls so you can really get in there. And then you have to know when to settle. You have to know when to settle. It's kind of an art to it. I would go ahead and finish off this guy's ISO set, but other than that, like that should be your priority, is finishing off their ISOs. That'll definitely help with your damage. But what do you need help with specifically here, Balahi? You just thought the different proc would be helpful for PvP. So, how much attack is 1% pierce? So pierce scales at a much higher rate than attack does. And really, the best way that I can explain damage in the game is Cynic Alex made a beautiful analogy. You have damage buckets in the game, right? And each damage bucket has its own value and all of this different sort of shit. However, the more damage that you can spread across these different buckets, attack, all attack, physical attack, energy attack, right? So if a character is physical, then you have all attack, physical attack. But then you also have other types of damage, like what you get from supports, damage to supervillains, damage to superheroes, elemental damage like what you get from Thor or Ghost Rider. The more of these damage buckets you can fill up, the more damage you're gonna do. Pierce, chain hit, this sort of thing. This is what makes White Fox such a powerful support, because she dips into so many different damage pools, right? She dips into the supervillain damage pool, okay, with her artifact, or no, not with her artifact, with her uniform bonus, right? She dips into all attack, chain hit, and ignore dodge, right? Which is kind of huge. That's 4 different damage buckets right there that she's covering. When you really think about it, that's in addition to whatever chain hit, whatever all attack, whatever that your main damage dealer is given. Plus, if you have CTP of liberation on her, or if you have a CTP of insight on her, that's going to further buff her or your allies. So it's dipping into all these different damage buckets that's causing such a ramp in damage. When you start seeing certain folks putting up these crazy wild numbers, well, they got 100% all attack, 30%. This on top of, and I was doing decent damage with like 10% pierce because my attack was so high, right? But then when I add the pierce on top of that, as when you start seeing 1 second clears in GBR. And then here's the other thing too. It's understanding what you're dealing with, right? So I know it's in here. Pass it. I could have swore they had a definition of pierce in here. Pure damage, that's damage accumulation. Damn, I could have swore they had a definition of what pierce was in here. What is this? Dithoris. Is that what that's called? That's the null passive. Okay. Anywho, they don't have a definition of pierce in the game. Okay, so additional pierce damage. There it is. I was gonna say, I thought they had it. So additional pierce is an ability to deal damage that ignores defense completely. So that's what pierce is doing, is it's completely ignoring the defense. So you're getting the purest form of damage. Not pure damage, that's damage accumulation. But this is my lingo, the purest form of damage. You're getting the undisputed truth. That's what you get with pierce. You know what I mean? So, and it's going to be based on whatever percentage pierce you have. 25%, 10%, 5%, whatever. So I hope that answers your question. That's kind of the way that works. But yeah, I encourage a lot of y'all to get into this skill name glossary, because there is a lot of good info in here. It really explains this is what's going on, that's what's going on. Especially here at the bottom when you start talking about some of the newer effects in terms of CTPs, like the strike proc or the ambush proc for the CTP of greed, or the clash effect for the CTP of conquest. And it really breaks this stuff down so you know kind of, hey, oh, well, this is why I'm losing in PvP. Well, how do you combat that? It's stuff like this that it'll really help you guys out, I think. I asked many YouTubers, finally you gave me more info than I expected. Thanks, man. Oh, no problem, bro. No problem at all. If you got any more questions, feel free to shoot them to me. I'll do my best to get them answered, or hopefully somebody from the community, if they got a better answer. You know what I mean? Let's see. Sandish 9. Let me get you going. Let me check these swords too before I get out of here. Yeah. So you going like, you got the right ideas. You know what I mean? And you're building solid characters. I don't see a bunch of crazy stuff like. Let me go back to Deox right quick, because I want to make sure I'm thorough. And I really didn't get into his character list that much, because I mean, new player stuff, right? So where's his IGN? Oh yeah, it was before this. Yeah. Why no excess? Okay, so let's get into the characters right quick and do a quick scan. Okay, don't do this. This CTP is a meme CTP. So there are several CTPs in the game that no one should ever equip, craft, or any of that, right? This is one of them. So next time they do a CTP unequip event, if you got the extra crystals, I would pull this off and just leave it in your inventory. You're gonna save it for either an event like the one that just passed, where you can pair this thing with another CTP and be able to trade this thing in, or actually it hadn't passed yet. It's still ongoing, but this event right here, this the CTP 10-year turn-in event, where you can go into dispatch mission. Screw dimension missions, don't do that. That costs way too much energy and you don't get enough of these converter parts. Do dispatch. And it's like 5-to-1 ratio minimum. So that'll get you 10 of these converter parts that you can then either turn into tier 2, tier 3, or tier 4 materials, or you can trade 2 of them with trade 2 normal CTPs, something like this thing right here, which you have equipped on your Spidey, right? And you can take 2 of them, either that or a Transcendence or something like that, and trade it in and get a normal CTP token. You can then take 50 of those parts that you farmed for with 750,000 gold in that token and get yourself a CTP selector and get the proper CTP that you want. Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 exchange, and you can only get 1 normal CTP selector. So do not craft 2 of these tokens if you do not have a brilliant CTP. Okay? Because what's going to happen is they're just going to refund you the and they actually talk about it here. They're just going to refund you the CTPs. Agents who have crafted 2 normal CTP event tokens but did not craft the brilliant selector will until they end the event. So what they'll do is they'll just refund the CTPs. Recovery item 2 CTPs of the same type that were used to craft the token. Random option. So maybe you get 2 random CTPs? I don't know. Maybe you try it and find out. I'm not saying, but maybe you wound up trading this thing in and getting yourself a random something that wasn't this. So I don't know, that kind of reads. I really hate to tell people to do that, because it sounds sketchy. But I mean, if that's a way that you can kind of force the system to give you a better CTP, then I don't know. I can't endorse that message. I don't know. But yeah, definitely. If you have 2 CTPs that you can get rid of, right? Yeah, if you have 2 CTPs, oh, I can't spell now. If you have 2 CTPs that you can get rid of, I would definitely do that. Yep, there's another one. There's another one you can pair with it right there. So Hella and Spidey. And if you haven't crafted your 1 normal token yet, you can then do so. Awaken her, or tier 3 her, so you can use her in more content with your tier 4 characters. That'll definitely help. Awaken her so you'll have some support for mutants. Really don't have any PvP mutants going right now though, or PvE, I'm sorry. Still a young account though, but yeah, don't 500,000 gold uni, nice. Do not sleep on, and I'll say this too, damn, you're building out your roster though. I'm not mad at this, bro. Honestly, I would say slow down and start focusing on, like, pick your character and focus on them and get them out of, like, build them from tier 1 to as far as you can. If that's tier 3, then fine. Then move on to the next. The way that I do it is I pick 1 of every class. So 1 blast, 1 speed, 1 universal, awakened, 1 blast, 1 speed, 1 universal, tier 3. Because the tier 3 characters require books. The awakened characters don't. And that's how I build my roster. So I usually have about 8 characters in rotation at once. And usually building 1 tier 4 at a time. So that's kind of the way that I used to run it. Now, that also means that, or that also is because once I started unlocking the epic quests, that started making life a lot easier in terms of farming. So I'll say that to say I don't want you to bite off too much. Build your supports out, build your leaderships out. That'll help you climb a lot of content, because that's the only thing that I'm kind of seeing that you're lacking. You do have Nick Fury. Go ahead and build Phil Coulson. That'll take you a long way. You do have Shuri, so that's a nice compliment. She's only gonna help you out on hero stages, and only hero stages in World Boss or in World Boss Ultimate with Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, and Cable. So she's only gonna help you there. And of course in PvP. I'm not mad if you finish this guy in tier 4 him. I will just say this, he is going to eat up a lot of resources. And he's going to severely hinder your ability to be able to build other characters. So just keep that in mind when you're building guys like this. Tenacious Symbiote, not good. Try to get that rerolled. Probably ran out of gold at some point. So I understand with the ISOs not being completely where they're supposed to be. But for the characters that you have most of your CTPs on, you have a pretty decent ISO on them. Nice lightning damage. If you ever get his artifact, it converts lightning damage to lightning resist. So then if you're not able to get something like a judgment on him, you can always go with an obelisk that offers lightning resist and lightning damage, or double lightning damage if you can roll one. He does work with a proc, but he works better with the baby rage. That will create a situation where you'll have a kind of a mini judgment. So that'll definitely help with him. But yeah, let me get the other guy right quick. Let's see, what was the other guys? IGN, SK Gaming, Sandish. I got you. Sorry about that. I was just trying to be thorough. I got you too. Okay, 155. You look like you've been playing a minute, so your cards are probably nice. Yep. Okay, you got the all attack proc coming from the Ghost Rider card. 11% Pierce, not bad. 51% all attack, 20% physical, 47% energy. Yeah. Your skill cooldown's where it's supposed to, well, a little over. Ignore defenses, kinda over, but not in a bad spot, really. You got a lot of resist coming from your cards, bro. Kind of want to get that out of there. I hope it's not coming from the... Yeah. There's some poison resist down there at the bottom. Don't you just hate that? Yeah, got some lightning resist coming from... So what I'm talking about is with the optional stats, you'll have the resist that will pop up down here. Hold on. Yeah, you'll have the resist that'll pop up down here at the bottom. So that's usually the problem. Of course, he's got the other resist up here. Those are bad, but it's really expensive to change all of these crafted stats. It's a lot less expensive to change this, but this affects the entire quality of the card as well as 3 optional stats, one of which is the all attack prop. So probably ran out of cards at some point trying to re-roll this thing up to a higher quality, so I imagine that's coming in the future. Yeah, definitely got to get the flame resist. Well, the flame resist isn't bad, honestly, because it helps with Gene. Flame resist isn't bad. Cold resist isn't bad. Lightning resist isn't bad so much, right? But it only helps for niche characters. It helps for Robbie, who can buff a lot of flame damage characters, which is a better situation, right? Because he affects a wider pool of characters. So yeah, that's kind of the trade-off. Whereas with somebody like a Luna that can convert cold damage, but it's only for herself. Or Thor can convert lightning damage only for himself. So that's kind of the drawback. So yeah, just work on that resist, my guy. But you're on the way. You're definitely on your way with your swords as well. Nothing lower than a 4-star or 4 rune with a couple of no, they're all 4s. I thought I saw a 5 in there. No, you got all 4s with 1 3. Okay, that's what it is. This guy. Oh, yay! This is the other thing. I would look for a green sword to replace this guy right here. Preferably. Let's see, this thing is giving instinct, poison damage, concentration, decreased damage from humans, so that's helping against sentry. Basic damage received against justice characters, I think that's also helping against sentry. Decreased damage against aliens, that's helping with null. Increased damage against shield, machine, human. Not as good of a roll, but you can always replace this thing later. It's only a 4-star. I would get rid of this and try to get you a green one that's at least 3 stars. It's gonna do more for your roster. I know this is giving you the 6 blue little thingies, but it's overcapped because it's 7, and that 7th one isn't giving you anything, and then spreading it out over that damage bucket is gonna do more for your roster overall in the long run anyway. So that's kind of the goal. So I would go about it that way. In terms of characters, what do you want to know? You got 9 tier 4s here. You got Thanos with the proc, which is interesting. He's proc friendly, but the window is kind of tight because the 3rd skill can trigger the proc early. So I'd be interested to know how you navigate that with Thanos. And it could just be a for now thing. Do not do this. Okay? This is doing nothing for you. Especially if, yeah, I understand you have it. So what you want to do with this thing, I would leave it, honestly. I wouldn't spend the crystals to unequip it. Whenever you get Doctor Strange, just overwrite it. It's only 25 Celestial Essence, but you want to not do that with characters that it's not the artifact for. I see you did something similar here. This is Clea's artifact. You probably don't have Clea unlocked. Yep, there she is. And so that thing could be on her. Always put the artifact on the character that the artifact is for. You're getting nothing out of the artifact otherwise. You're not getting the activation effect. That's why it's dark as opposed to, this one here, right? The effect is actually applying in the battle. That's why it's not darkened out or anything like that. Like like the clear artifact is here on Venom. He's not getting the decreased cooldown. He's not getting the increase all attack. So yeah. Yeah, that would be my first piece of advice. My second piece of advice is stop equipping CTPs on characters just because they're tier 4. And try out the regular 200% damage proc versus this, the baby rage on a character, and see which one is easier to play with before you just, balance those two, right? Equip this on a character, 180% proc for one attack, and then on that same character, turn around and equip something like this on them. The baby rage that's based on guaranteed dodge or guaranteed crit, whatever the case may be, and see if they see which one they function better with. A lot of cases, it's going to be this right here. That means they work better with a rage. Usually, that's because the character has some sort of long delay or long cancel or short animation or animation that hits really quickly that triggers your proc. If you're using a damage proc such as this, or a CTP of energy, or a CTP of destruction, because it's only on that one attack, you're going to lose the damage. So, this is why we use a rage on somebody like Venom, or Doctor Strange, or Thanos, as opposed to something like an energy. So, same thing with Black Bolt. He really doesn't function very good. A energy, so you kind of want to give him a rage. Okay, Bustin' Bieber, yo 8-bit, what's up? Just want to say thank you for helping me with my account. Previously, I can finally clear World Boss 5 times per day on stage. Man, say, bro, that is incredible, bro. Congrats. I hope your rewards are bountiful. You know what I mean? That's a feat. That is a feat. What is you talking about, baby? I am reading it. I got 2 chats here. I got chat right here, chat right here. But I was reading I was giving the account advice.
I have fun.
I came with you every time. My loving wife. My loving wife. You really thinking about it? Okay.
All right, I'll let you guys do it.
Okay, baby. Oh, I think this ought to be charged by now. So, let's see. But yeah. That is a hell of a milestone there, bro. So, let's see. Wolverine is your PvE mutant unit. Okay, that's what's up. I understood that the CTP of patience is a PvP related gear. No, it is not. The CTP of Patience, the CTP of Transcendence, are both trash. The CTP of Regen is not very good, but is way more PvP oriented than either of those. And the reforging on it, that is kind of the problem. It's not that good. It doesn't offer guard break immunity or super guard break immunity penetration. It doesn't offer super guard break or guard break immunity, and it doesn't offer immunity to reflect. The ambush proc offers immunity to reflect and super guard break immunity. The vitality proc offers a heal over time every second and super guard break immunity. The clash effect offers like a bump to your damage reduction and reflect damage immunity and super guard break immunity. What else is it? Went over the ambush proc. The steal effect from the CTP of Authority offers oh god, what is it? Super guard break immunity and something else. I forget what. Some kind of damage redux, I think. Similar to the clash effect. Not sure about the reflect reduction there. So yeah. Yep, so you got the clash effect going on your null. He's at level 80, so I know you are getting some mileage out of this guy. Same thing with this guy. Okay, rocking him with a greed. Pretty nice, pretty nice. With the damage to universals first, very important. So yeah, that's the only thing that I would say. Looks like you pulled a CTP that was on your Spidey, possibly agreed to put on your Sentry, which I don't think is a bad idea. Okay, Authority on your Wolverine. I want to say it's kind of overkill. Personally, for me, he works better with a greed. I understand you're thinking here with Carnage with the egg, so I'm not mad at that. It's actually pretty proper. Either that or a Conquest. I imagine you don't have a lot of those to go around. Yeah, see, here we go again. Here we go again. Perfectly good. Now, if I go to your Dr. Doom, if you have him, and he doesn't have his, see, we gonna have a problem, sir. We're gonna have a problem, sir. Cause y'all have got to not do this. Okay, doesn't look like you have Doom unlocked. Like if that's the case, I would either make the decision to lock it and hang on to it until you unlock the character. And especially like, so an Epic Quest character like Doom, you have to have a premium character to unlock. So, but you're really still losing the value. So if anything 3-star, I would trade in. Anything 4-star for a character that you're not going to access, say if you're free to play or whatever. And that's the other thing too. When they give you guys these epic, premium tickets, if you're free to play, do consider using them on the Epic Quest premium character. Well, wait a minute. No, those are 6,000. Those are Crystal Wall lock characters, so you can't do that. Damn. Yeah, you just have to save up the crystals and get the Sue Storms and whoever. Yeah. Had to sit back and think a little bit. So yeah, I would just get the best available. So Carnage would probably be a good solid unit from a PvP perspective. Okay, you're rocking my guy Wong as well. You were able to pick up Leader in the event. That's also nice. And you're also able to clear Black Swan. So also very nice. So let's see, SK, what did you want to know, my guy? You said, check your account, but you ain't said nothing. Did you dip on me or something? I mean, in terms of your next tier 4, you know, as usual, well, it depends on where you're trying to go with your account, right? I'm looking more PvE leaning, so I would say if you can farm up to level 130, that will be a rage there for this guy waiting for you out of a CTP selector. Maybe getting this guy uniform and tier 4ing him to go with your Agent Venom wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, to go with your Null for PvP wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm thinking about doing it myself just to make Null an absolute monster. So there is that. You also have Fantastic Four First Steps coming, but I'm not seeing Sue down here. Because that's what I was looking for. I was actually not looking for Doom. I was looking for Sue, and I didn't see her. So that's a pretty good indicator that if you don't have her, then you're probably not gonna have Doom. And I don't see Jean as part of the roster either. And a lot of people go after her first, so there's that. But I do see the free-to-play Wolverine. So there is kind of that. Tier 4 in this girl might not be a bad idea. She's got a new uniform coming, but it's a long ways away. Coming from tier 2, level 70, you'd have to build those gears up and all of that jazz. The other thing I would say too is build more supports, my guy. You do have a few, but let's see, you got those two. You're working on Agent Venom, looks like. You got Coulson and Fury. You got Taskmaster. You have Cyclops. You have this guy. You have Shuri. So, I mean, you got a pretty solid base of supports. Yeah. Yeah, you're doing pretty good on supports. Now that I take a deeper look, yeah, you even have wave, so not doing so bad. Echo as well. Yeah, you're pretty solid in your support category. Maybe a few niche ones here and there. She wouldn't be a bad tier 4 for you for ABX ABL purposes. She would cover a lot of what missing Luna would do. So that's the other reason why I'm also like, yeah, she's not a bad option. Now it may be a little bit different when you start talking no restriction days, because he's probably going to be your best option for no restriction. Especially if you can get your hands on Sleeper. So yeah, but then if you can get your hands on Sleeper, why not get White Fox instead? Because I think he also gets action at the if I'm not mistaken, he gets action at the leadership passive. And if he does, oh no, he has Weapon Master, so he can take advantage of Taskmaster and any symbiote support. So Taskmaster in the old uniform, maybe. I think he does give a bunch of stuff for Weapon Master allies, doesn't he? Let's see here. Yep, there he goes. Yep. Gives guaranteed crit, ignore dodge, skill damage, bonus damage. So I think that artifact only does himself. Then uniform bonus is where the magic is. So yeah, not really much difference there. The only difference with this is it only applies to the Thunderbolts instead of Weapon Master allies. So, and you already have this uniform for Taskmaster, I thought. Yeah. So maybe something like Agent Venom lead in the new uniform, because his leadership is like 30% all attack, and then you still get the chain hit and all of that stuff, and pair that with Taskmaster and make him your DPS. That'll probably be best situation for you with existing stuff. So yeah, that would be the direction that I would go, which would mean getting your hands on his newest, latest uniform, and then possibly his artifact as well. So yeah, that would probably be your best bet for no restriction day. Crazy how much time we spend helping others. Man, bro, it's no problem. No problem at all, man. I try. I really do. And sometimes you just gotta peel the layers back to figure out, like, well, where's the account? What do you need? Plus, I'm always on helping my brother, really. And ironically enough, it's the cat that introduced me to the game. That's the crazy part. But I'm more of a gamer. So, you know, I'm going to get back, peel the layers back, see how things work, go look up cats, you know, get advice, and bring that back to the people. Okay. Combat characters, symbiote characters. I mean, they increase the damage dealt from symbiote characters and combat characters. Universal characters damage increase received by 500%. Okay, so I really just want combat symbiotes. See if I can slide Venom out there and let him do some clapping. And let's try that. I know the buffs probably ain't on the right spots, but we'll see what we can do. Got Venom over here getting head rocked by Sentry. But he handled his business though. I think it was the chain hit reduction. I wonder if I pair Colossus in there. So I can't believe Colossus isn't favorited. There he is. Agent Venom is debuff? Really? That should show how powerful this dude is. What's the best ISO set for Sentry? Power of Angry Hulk. For most characters, it's gonna be Power of Angry Hulk. The withstanding portion of that is really gonna be what you need as far as your card sets is concerned. So if you need skill cooldown, you're gonna want to roll with something like Hawk's Eye. If you need crit rate, crit damage, then you're gonna roll with something like Overdrive. got 300,000 HP. Might be able to hold up. Nope. Too much damage from the combat buff and all this stuff. So let's see if we can put together an actual team. Symbiotes are not gonna be winning ticket this go round, so let's throw Hella out there. Don't have Apocalypse. Who else do we have? Has some PvP chops. That's an interesting question. Let's throw Emma out there. Let's throw Doom out there. We have on Doom anyway. So no super guard break immunity for this guy. Throw Hulk out there because he at least can go to tier 4. Throw you two out there. She's newly minted, awakened, so hopefully we can get a little more out of a weapon hex, that is. Not quite the ideal situation to have in 7 seconds and then just getting choked, but hopefully Emma with the reflect do a little summon. It looks like she is at least holding her own a little bit. I think she got the life off of that Sentry and Adam, so that's nice. That is clutch. And we gotta get at least something. Yeah, okay. We're good. Yeah, let's just head up now. Gotta get clever on these boys. Got Hella buff. And then Emma throwing the wrench in the sauce. Rocking a crappy CTP, but it does at least offer a heal. Okay. We got the zombies out there. Oh, we zeroed? No. Bad. That's all we need, baby. That's all we need. Take advantage of the situation. That's all we gotta do. That's all we gotta do. Just take advantage of the situation. Emma coming out with the early claps. clutch. Very, very clutch. Hey, this is not looking good. And it's a Wolverine out there. Oh, yeah, this isn't gonna cap. Can he pull it off in time? I don't think he can pull it off in time. Yeah, he's just gonna. Still had to zero them guys and then wait for the artifact to run out and then get the kill before 7 seconds, bro. That's the gamble. That's the gamble of the zombies, bro. Like, yeah, they got the immortality, but nah. Oh, Emma got chalked early. That sucks. And Hella got zeroed. And X got 0. Cap is doing his best to hold out, but he gets zeroed, so he's out of there. Yeah, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. 2 L's in a row. I think that's on let's check the battlefield buffs and definitely want this on Hulk. Oh, and she's turning off their skills. Let's go. Otherworld battle. All right. Let's see if that little change right there changes our fortunes. Yes, that is a nice combo. But I don't think we, yeah. Okay. We actually did get that life from Sentry. Nice. Nice dominant performance. I love to see it. Now we don't have debuff removal, but I don't think any of these characters have debuff removal as a leadership. Hella is energy attack. Hulk is HP and defense. Or HP and all attack, some shit like that. Cap is HP. I forget what Emma's is, but it's some useless nonsense. Hey. And Weapon Hex is like increased debuff duration or some shit like that. Or a decreased debuff duration, I don't know. this isn't gonna turn out good. Yep. Okay, so took another L after taking 2 wins, so as long as we can keep trending up, I think we'll be okay. Oh, came out and smacked Surfer. Turned your boy's skills off. It's like, yikes. So we got Surfer and Adam and Wolverine out of there. So now it's just the big guns. One of them is gone. We got to deal with Sentry's revive. Cap holds on and doesn't get zeroed, and we come out with the victory. All right. That's the shit. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta do this as well. Yeah, when I just gotta sit back and think about how to put these teams together, what I'm trying to accomplish, this sort of thing. When we start doing that, then it's pretty elementary stuff, honestly. But it is a lot of different mechanics at work. And so it's just understanding them, bro. Like, the game is difficult, but not really. It's difficult when you don't know. You know what I mean? But that's not so much different than anything else, right? What we call it swords, CTPs, emblems, artifacts, ISO roll-ups, and uniforms, and you know what I mean? Like, then you got all of the different uniforms for the characters and shit. It's a lot, bro. And most players coming to the game never even, it never even crosses their mind that, but what if this uniform is trash? It's just, you see the crystals, you see the look, and so you wind up picking up the uniform, not knowing that, say your favorite character is Nightcrawler, not knowing that both of his uniforms are absolute garbage. So you're getting a character that's pretty much just gonna do not a whole lot for you. And even if you pick a character that's capable of going to tier 4, right? Like an Incredible Hulk, let's say. Pretty popular character. A lot of people like Hulk. He has a lot of uniforms. But how do you know which one is the best? You see what I'm saying? That sort of stuff gets really confusing, and it's an expensive confusion. You know what I mean? You see people coming up and clapping with Ghost Rider, not understanding that this is a seasonal uniform that you can only buy at a certain time with no discount. So it gets Yeah, it gets a little out there, bros. Let's let this thing ride. We'll see how many victories we can snatch. Nice. Very nice. Okay. It's like his all is no joke. Gotta get the dude out of there. Really not worried about your gene, bro. Sorry, but yeah. But yeah, man. I would love to see Nightcrawler in part 2, bro. And a good version of the character. But for right now, right now, I'm just hoping Storm is good. I'm gonna help him out a little bit. I ain't trying to lose. Still gotta holler at no. I not zero this guy? Okay, cool. Cool. If Noah's their anchor, as long as I zero them with my second to the last character, as long as I zero them with Sentry, I should be alright. Like they actually bought me some time. They got the zero with Sentry. Ooh, that was tough. Got the ups on you right there, brother. Oh yeah, we're gonna get the zero on you. Yeah. Easy. Okay. I'm a little bit of time. You getting me? Oh no. Got him. Some with this Wolverine now. Before I didn't want to have that happen. Wow. Got zeroed. And then I got clapped. I was trying to wait till just after he cast his skill and then do mine so I wouldn't get countered. Probably should have did it ahead of time. Oh wow. got zeroed already? How many more I got left? Halfway through. We'll circle back around. So I might want to change the team up. I just gotta think about it. You know what? We can do this. No. Yeah. Let's get the form on, baby. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get me a quick drink and take a quick break, and I will be right back. We are back.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the binoculars out in time.
Look, well, let's not stand on ceremony, mate. Let's start the show.
All right. Yeah. Got to turn the intro off while I flipped it. But yeah, man. I don't know. It's so with the helping people out stuff, right? We were all there once. You know what I mean? That's the best way to put it. We were all there once. So that goes for me, that goes for anybody else that's ever been a part of this gaming community. You know what I mean? Like, it's simple once you understand, like the whole damage prop shit, right? That's a difficult concept to kind of grasp, but it's easy once you understand that, hey, you can't really, you got to stack all of the damage on the one skill and then let that shit ride out. If you're just watching somebody doing the damage, it's like, how the fuck is they doing this? I got the same setup. I don't understand it. Mechanics, that's all. And once you understand the mechanics, you're straight. My guy says he's shocked to see that Holden Gray built Null and Sentry to Tier 4 in 115 days. It's really not that shocking. If you take your first Tier 4 and that Tier 4 is capable of farming ABX, ABL, World Boss Legend, and GBR for you at a high level, and you're able to get the requisite Pierce on your cards that you need to be able to do that, of course, fairly quickly, it's really not that astounding. Especially coming off of the, he's been saving his crystals and biding his crystals and trying to spend it as wisely as he can. And then getting a 10,000 crystal bump with all of the rewards that we got. It's like, bro, yeah. You know what I mean? Farm them game modes and save them mats, and you playing that shit out. Now, I think without all of the rewards that we got from the anniversary, he would probably still be farming for Null. But he is not off to a bad start. He is handling this fucking business. And he is doing an excellent job of maximizing the rewards, the game modes, the events. Like, all of that stuff counts. Spending your crystals, when to spend, where to spend, who to spend on. Right? You may have to catch something and may not be able to wait till Black Friday for your first, uniform 2 or 3, depending on who we're talking about. Very specific character, very specific supports. And we may be talking about something fairly new, because if they're old and popular, then they're probably going to get replaced. If they're old and not so popular, then might have some longevity out of this thing for a little while. And that's kind of the way that it works. Because, you got to think about it. If you're free to play, the odds that you're going to get Luna are really slim, unless you use that premium selector they give you on her. And for where we are in the game, I could say an argument could be made that Agent Venom may be better. In terms of just buffing your symbiote teams, if you're looking for PvP. I'll put that caveat in. Because if you're looking for PvE, then there's no way that Agent Venom is better than Moon and Snow. So, as far as a premium pickup, I mean, as a free to play, it's certain considerations that you really have to think about when you start talking about, well, what am I going to use these really premium items on that I may not see very much of? Especially when you start talking premium character selectors, right? That's a rarity. Just saying. Just saying. You know, if you're free to play, you may not have every epic quest. That's gonna hinder your farming. Yeah, and I'll say this: if you're free to play and you plan on getting an epic quest, I would say that regardless of the power level of the characters, so if we were to exclude the power level of the characters, I think that's better said, that are contained within each epic quest, all of the ones that offer Phoenix feathers are the best, right? In terms of roster, just raw roster building. Because that's going to allow you to farm cards and the like. So yeah. So nothing better than them in terms of just raw rewards. Now you start throwing the characters in there. Now we got to start talking uniforms, all of this jazz, and it gets really weighted depending on where we are in the game. You know, how recent was the uniform? Was it any good? Did it move the needle for the character any? And if it did the character move the meta? Right? Or did the meta move to accommodate the character? Like a game mode like Team Battle Arena. There's that too. You know what I mean? So I think if they can figure out the nerf system in Otherworld Battle and expand on what they're doing in Team Battle Arena, and kind of get that whole, what's the name, the buff character list in Timeline Battle right. Start putting some more meaningful buffs in there as well. You know, you can leave all attack and all the HP, but add in chain hit reduction, damage reduction, maybe even additional pierce damage to a particular character. Like, give them something. Then maybe we can see some variety and really force folks to have to think about builds and, all the way down hey, I don't have a CTP for this character, but what obelisk can I put through? Because they changed up a lot of the way that the obelisk worked, but because we really didn't have a way to work with that stuff, the new heal, that shield barrier shit, and some more other stuff along with we got a chance to test out the baby rage and all this stuff, but there was some additional things in there as well. From the PvP side that they did that I don't think we got a chance to really get at that much outside of, say, a Alliance Conquest sort of setting. Because, let's face it, everybody isn't going to have a mighty conquest on their Emma, let's say, at this late stage in the game. I got a mighty regen on mine, but that's a holdover from ages ago when regen was better than the egg before the egg got reforged. So there is that. But yeah, if anybody else need a character, account review or anything like that, feel free to drop your IGN in the chat. And I got you. Definitely drop questions, or otherwise statements of what you're looking for, this sort of thing. Character advice, PvE, PvP. Give me some meat to work with so I can give you better. Otherwise, I have to sit there and look and see will you have, okay, you're building your roster like this sort of thing. Honestly, there are tales. But with a game with 275 characters, shit can get complicated real quick. I just put it like that. Chase to the cut. Truth to tell. Let me see here. Let me see here. Grab my headphones right quick. Put these jokers back on. Yeah, the 10th anniversary was very helpful. It was very helpful to a lot of players, including myself. You know, and still is, all the way up into getting me a brilliant liberation, bro. Like, it doesn't get much better than that. Trading in a brilliant energy, like, it doesn't get much better than that. Like, what, a brilliant transcendence? Trading it for that? You know, trading the transcendence for the liberation, I mean. And still having the energy, like, that's the only way that gets better. By any stretch of the imagination. Folks, uniform ain't mythic? Oh my goodness. My guy is slack. Man, hold up. $380. So we are light on bios. So we got 430. And we're light on UUK. Wait a minute, have we gotten the latest uniform collection? Oh, wait a minute, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, yeah, we do got the Thunderbolts. There was 6 uniforms in that? That was nuts. That was nuts. Okay. Let's, I keep thinking inventory. I know I'm getting close to being full. Break those down. Dismantle cap. Nope. We're just interested in the gold. This damn combined discount been going for the absolute longest time. All right, that's what I want to see. Nice. This dimension mission 10 times and enhance ISO. Do that. All right, I take it. That's 3 million gold right there. And it's like, after you've been playing the game so long, certain stuff, like, oh yeah, I forgot I even get that damn reward by doing that sort of shit. Especially when it's something more obscure, like, say, gear up kits or dimension dust, some shit you never really think about. I think crafting cards, one day I ran through all of my gear up kits or dimension debris or whatever the fuck it was, shitty ass reward. I was like, damn, how the hell did I do that? Let's see. Yeah, it was one of these damn things. Matter of fact, I think I burned them all more than once. And I was surprised as hell. Like, what the hell? How did that happen? Now I'm in a spot where that shouldn't happen anymore under any circumstances, but yeah. And we'll go ahead and throw this out there. Oh yeah. I don't get to clapping their young yellow jacket. Oh yeah. You don't start casting the 2 and the 3. There we go. Oh yeah. I don't even get him out of here. Actually had to fight. And what are you doing? All right. Wait for it. Why is it I get the feeling I did not cancel the roar right there? Which was really wild, actually. Triggered the next proc. That sucks. All right, there we go. Right. Right. Line up the next one. $7 million. $7.5, 7.4 territory. Not bad, not bad. Okay, so no restriction day, eh? Oh, there you go. What is your leadership anyway? Increase all debuff. Yeah, or something like that. Yep, there he is. Fury and White Fox. And we gotta save some. Wow. Go with the shenanigans. Not gonna have enough to fill it up. Type shit. Okay, I gotta pull that tier 3, tier 4 combo early. So, all right, let's go. Right? All right. For my best impression of little Avatar Aang, put my hand right there on your back. There ain't nothing you can do about it. And, oh, yeah, I'm tripping. They got down on me. I don't know what that was about. Put a Zuko on him. Can't hit me because I'm not in front of you. Okay. Right? Right? About to do that shit, ain't it? But we're in a good space though. Right? Get 7 million. Oh, so close. We'd had the tier 3, tier 4 line. We'd have had that. I'm good though. I'm good. That's close, bros. That is really close. At this point, the gold does me better than the item. Crafting it up or whatever. At least on Obelisk. See here, is there anything else that I can do? That's the question. We ran through ABX, ABL. Rest of the timeline to do. Got some World Boss, some Team Battle Arena. Let's get the World Boss farming out of the way so we can get my guy. Let's see what we can rock out with this right here. Let's see. Okay. That man tried to act a fool, huh? How about them apples? Did not mean to do that. Wow. Took one hit out of there. Okay, we're not gonna do nothing. That's how they. Something that will allow me to keep team. Maybe some different support. Let's try this. Wondering if all the damage is getting through. Get him up out the seat in a minute. Thank you. That's bullshit. Wow. Oh. Come on after him. Got him. Yes, sir. Lacey. I will definitely take it. Oh, and another 64. The 34 Carbo. Yeah. So double Carbo, double life seed drop. Pretty nasty stuff. Yeah, you can rock her for now. And nobody else from the Sinister Six is a speed type. Oh my God, Ghost Panther in there, I guess. Yeah. Yep. We'll do that. Okay, she's got an energy. All right. I love the skip. Play Twister got me. Wait for it. Okay. Caught up by the cage anyway. Right? This is going a lot slower than I thought. Yep. Yeah, why beat yourself up? Okay, we got 2 more runs left, so let's go ahead and get these out of the way. Yeah, as far as support. Okay. Almost there, almost there. $30 bars to go. Wait a minute, where was the first? Alright. This dude attacked one time, jumped back, and then did the. Okay. All right. Stand him up out the chair. I want to stop playing with you. Yep, let's go. Wow. I'm freaking stuck. Okay. Okay. First phase. Let's sneak in a combo then. And push it. Now, should be shooting up. Right? Here we go. It took 35 tries. Now we got a book for our effort. Some extra carbo. Very nice. There we go. No strikers necessary. Let's roll. Stand up, sir. Transform phase 1. Oh, that was nasty. That was nasty. Just from a cool perspective. Not efficient, but the amount of damage that I'm doing, yeah. Oh yeah. Give me the double, oh, they did give me the double drop on Carbo, okay. Okay. Nice. Let's see here. Trying to figure out what else I can do. I don't think it's very much. We'll do a few team arena battles. We won't do all of them. And we'll go ahead and call it because I'm actually getting pretty sleepy. Yeah, I've been going for about 4 hours now. So, wow. Doesn't seem like that long. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Huh. And we should get the dub here pretty fairly easily. Okay. Now we gotta get this thing before the last fight because his last fight is Noah. So we gotta pull this off. This is problems. Let's see here. There we go. Inviso match versus Inviso match. Okay. Inviso match next go round. Ooh, that's a tough loss. Looks like it's gonna be a clean sweep. Oh, can we? It's got edged out. Wow, we have got to get our Noah tier 4. Losing so much ground without him. We may have to stick to the original plan, folks. And after Thor start putting in some serious gains to get Null tier 4. That way we can get him off the books. Don't have to worry about him. Of course, this does depend on what XMen 97 does. If they tier 4 Nightcrawler, I'm tier 4 in that guy. If he's good, I'm definitely tier 4 in him. If he's still in the dumps, then I'm definitely gonna save the mats more than likely. But I don't know. I didn't with Storm. She wasn't quite in the dumps either. So it's just the movement speed was her worst attribute. He's got some wonky shit going on with his team. Yep, let's try that. We are absolutely front loaded. So we're looking to get this on the 3 sweep. Okay, we cooked right there. We cooked. Green eggs and spam. Okay. I got Century's doing pretty good. That was close, actually. Now we get into the deep water. Not enough. Of course, no. At the end, Surfer may be able to get the reflect, but I doubt it. He'd have to zero him and then get him again, sort of situation, and I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe with a tier 4 Adam. I can take advantage of that. That. Yeah. Most assuredly, the first team he has is no. Yep. Okay. Let's see if we can get the comeback. Okay, we all 0. This is the turning point right here. Probably gonna come down to the hella buff. And looks like it is. Come on. Get him on the res. Oh, I died anyway. Wow. Sentry is a beast. Okay. Wow. I don't know. Just for a uniform bonus. Whereas he had them all in his last uniform bonus. From uniforms that I actually got. That sucks. So we'll get one more, and then we'll go ahead and call it a 8. Let's see here. The old century. So we'll leave that as is. Okay, pretty good, pretty good. So yeah. Actually dope. Going out with a dub. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it right here. Anyway, y'all like, comment, share, sub. I'm gonna finish the rest of this daily touch off stream. As we ride out to our I actually know. I said what I was gonna do since those particular fragments of the chest were hardest to form. Yeah, I'm gonna start with 7-1 and only form those missions if you're story fragment farming, and then I would farm the rest of them as is because they got equal chances to drop everywhere, and you typically have no problem with getting the first areas to drop. It's the last areas, 7, 8, and 9. That's the real issue. Like the way it works out now, you get a repeat of 1 from every stage. And then a lot of people don't even farm this anymore because they pooled the reward, so it kind of sucks. But if you're at the stage in the game where these rewards are still valuable to you, then yeah, that's kind of the way that I would do it. I would start out with I would farm it to unlock everything, and then I would start out with 7-1, and I would farm the other 3 story modes. Or farm 7-1 to the end of Future Ends here or whatever, the very first one, Modoc or whatever. And then for the other 3, I would farm those completely. And that should get you all the fragments and save you a lot of energy from not having to farm like 6 or 7 or what is it, 12, 13 levels, some shit like that. It's a ridiculous amount. But anyway, like I said, y'all like, comment, share, sub. Make sure y'all hit that thumbs up so y'all stay up on all of our content and it drops. And it's been a pleasure hanging out with y'all. Once again, we will catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt
strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby, have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. I guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby, have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. I guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby, have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never
strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. Tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away.
I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. I guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never
strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby, have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. I guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby, have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away.
I'm going through hell. I fake like I'm fine, but I know you can't tell. Like nothing I felt, my mind overwhelms. I think that I'm broken, but I hope you can't help. I know I'm not perfect, but some days I feel far more worthless. Baby, you make me feel nervous. If I still have you, I have purpose. It's all worth it.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. I guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray. I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away. Cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby, have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the
strong